serious. Now my knees are shaking. I'm dancing around the edge like I'm too scared to jump in. Tell me where we sink or swim. I'm not trying to hold back, but if this love moves too fast, we go far right off the tracks. Come stay with me, let's take our time. We're both falling at the speed of light. Don't have to say anything, trace it with your fingertips. Baby, I can read your lips. Baby, I can read your lips. Trace it with your fingertips. Baby, I can read your lips. Baby, I can read your lips. Trace it with your fingertips. Baby, I can read your lips. Baby, I can read your lips. Trace it with your fingertips. Baby, I can read your lips. Your body speaks and sings to me like a symphony. Beautiful words, I hear every verse. It's all I need. You're giving me the signs, I see it in your eyes, but we don't have to cross the line. Those three words can make or break. Please don't let me run away. I'm sorry, but my heart skips easy. Come stay with me, let's take our time. We're both falling at the speed of light. Don't have to say anything, trace it with your fingertips. Baby, I can read your lips. Baby, I can read your lips. Trace it with your fingertips. Baby, I can read your lips. Baby, I can read your lips. Trace it with your fingertips. Baby, I can read your lips. Baby, I can read your lips. Trace it with your fingertips. Baby, I can read your lips. Baby, I can read your lips. Trace it with your fingertips. Baby, I can read your lips. I used to be so innocent. All the things that happened have changed me internally. Have changed me entirely. Somehow you tore down all of those I placed to keep me safe from going insane. So how do you expect me to fall asleep after the things you said to me, after the things you made
Pyro, Justin, I'm doing pretty good. How are you guys? I see that you got your audio set up working. Oh, you posted your new setup in Cammy. Oh, I don't think I have Cammy's Discord. I don't know why I haven't grabbed it yet. You guys are both excited about the England game. I don't really watch football too much, so actually I don't watch it at all. So I don't really know what's going on with that. But it's been a week. How are you guys doing? What have you guys been up to? Obviously, Pyro's been watching football and working on his setup. Boy, oh boy. As we should be getting into this one pretty shortly. Erangel, Rondo, Tego, Miramar. Who do you guys think is starting off strong in this one? And who do you think might pull it back together in the final couple of games? Sonics. They're gonna wobble the first match and then they're gonna go ham. Okay. Alright, in that case, Pyro, who do you think's gonna clean up the first match where Sonics are gonna wobble a little bit? Alright, so we're going TSM game 1, Falcons game 2, Sonics are gonna dominate last 3, and TSM are picking up game 3 as well. Alright, so Justin, where you say Sonics are gonna have a solid last 3 games, are they gonna win the last 3 games? Or are they just gonna have top placements in the last 3 games? So far we have TSM, Falcons, TSM. And Sonics having a solid last 3 games. Top placements and will win 1. Alright. So we're going TSM, Falcons, TSM. And Sonics are going to win 1 of the last 3 with some solid placements. Well. Looks like we're getting into this one. Let me make sure the volume's all the way up. Okay. Volume is up. Time to get locked in and ready for this one. You're going Tiltown. Alright. I think we gotta put a poll up, Justin. You gotta put a poll up. Pyro's saying TSM. You're saying Tiltown or Legacy. We gotta see what other people think. Unless you're on your phone. In which case, don't worry too much about it. SSG with the most consistent night. Alright. You're on your phone. Alright, don't worry about it then. That is rent-free. It is, yeah, rent-free. Oh boy. Poonage ends up running over Magno. Contesting for for that drop. Shinboy chasing after shot, but it doesn't look like Shinboy actually has a gun to chase him with. Alright, so Pyro saying Rent Free is going to have a win at some point. So yeah, Rent Free is Richie B, Sneezy, Honey Badger, and Gats, and apparently Richie B has run over 2 members of SSG and picked up 2 kills right off the bat. I'd say that's a pretty good start for Rent Free. I've seen them dominate a couple of lobbies before, just running through teams. So definitely a pretty skilled team there. Looks like Luna and Gas Cans just trading some shots. School and apartments. Always 2 locations that like to just shoot at each other in the beginning. Pushes are hard from either side, though, and being pretty close to the center of zone. It means that they could stick around for a while, or they might want a different compound, and they might try and prioritize that. Right now, we have Sonics, Falcons, TSM, Tilt Town, and Legacy as our game winners. Luna and Gas Cans were both dropping on apartments yesterday. Alright, so it looks like Luna kind of took apartments and Gas Cans went over to school. How were the Scrims the past couple of days? How was Cammy and his casting that you guys love so much? Lots of yapping. He got bullied. Alright. So far, it sounds like a pretty normal Cammy stream. Vox connects with a shot onto Haven there. Alright, so a bunch of commands were added, and Cammy yapped about a bunch of random things and got bullied. And the commands were all added so people could bully Cammy. Yeah, honestly, it sounds pretty normal to me. That sounds like most of the streams you guys have described to me. And the couple of times I have been able to stop by and watch, sounds pretty normal. As Penta with the long range shots gets the knock, but Flood steals the kill with the drive-by onto Kraken, who is trying to get a different angle onto School. Honestly, I'm sure he has a lot of fun with his streams. Flood does have to be careful along with the rest of Falcons, though, because Posa, being the snake in the grass, could cause some problems for Falcons. Does not take much to get a knock and a flush, especially when you are unexpected. Listen, if there's a bunch of toxic chaos, It just means that there's a lot of interaction. Vinny gets a knock onto Roth, though. And that could cause Posa to activate Snakers, trying to go for the res. Gets taken down by Vox, and now there's 2 down for Falcons. Nade coming out. Gets the flush onto Roth. And now Flood knows Posa is here. Looks like the res going to be coming out onto Snakers. Posa tried to poke his head up and over. Flood spotted it. Res comes out. Couple of shots onto Posa. Nade doesn't need to get too close to do enough. And down goes Posa. Vinny trying to make his way up the side of the hill to support. So second nade goes out. Doesn't do any damage. But it looks like Vinny is just going to go right back into the apartments. And Posa going to get flushed out here. So it looks like everyone has specific targets that they want to go after. And everyone just chooses a target and then goes after them. As Sonics, I believe, have 2 different crate weapons. Kickstart with the Groza, and then I thought Tiggleton was in the game, but maybe he disconnected, because I believe that is Gunner, and I believe he has the MK. Taylors, how you doing? As it looks like Orion and Work in Silence trading some shots on the very edge of zone. Down goes Jolly Rancher from Solds. Work in Silence have a huge split, as Solds may go down to Babbler. Is able to duck behind the rooftop. But Hazel actually has a flank on Solds. That could cause problems later on. Vinny's still taking some shots from gas cans. A little bit glitched out there. Just some good old modeling there for us. Showing off his slide. Richie B, good shot onto one of the members of Yamasia. Block actually stopping, gets drive by Honey Badger, but Shop with the return knock onto Honey Badger. 1 down for both sides. As it's Sam Crow and Shop. Sneezy gets the flush onto Glock. Sam Crow trying to go up onto the rooftop, see if he can get an angle. As Shop wants to get the flush. Not let this res happen. Sam Crow jumps down just in time as Richie B comes over the side of that. Has an angle onto Shop. Does not get a knock onto either. As we go to the northeast with this zone. And it looks like Honey Badger is going to be able to get rezzed. TSM had lost Sparking, able to get him back up. I am doing pretty good, Taylor. Joe, how are you doing? I saw you playing some games earlier. How are those going for you? As it looks like Silzen dropping out of the sky, but does end up taking a little bit too much damage on the fall. Bestia surrounded from all sides. So it looks like Falcons have the best shots into the side of them. Rello rethinking that push. Doesn't want to get caught out in the open by any other teams. He takes a shot from Capitan. And calls that good enough, and it looks like he's gonna hop in the car. Probably gonna go rejoin with the rest of his team. Nice, Joe. Sounds like you had a pretty good day at PUBG. As Shinboy tries to get some nades over onto Bliss. Nothing connects. One last one coming through. And it does get the knock. As he has the and some level 3 gear. The rest of his team over in the compound. Tries to go for the shot on one of the members of Bestia. So now he's going to have to make the run in the wide open to try and make it back over to the rest of his team. As just trying to get a shot through the smoke, see if anything connects. Bliss is going to be flushed out by Poonage, and Elevate will be able to keep that point. Old and dirty. Justin says it. It's gross. It's been said. It's a normal thing on Twitch. Oh, of course, that's exactly how we took it and everyone else took it. We would never take it any other way. As LFP1 gets the knock onto And1, the ones are fighting. Bad day to be a 1. Kickstart gets some shots into VHC. As Kickstart gonna get his tires taken out, H-Wing gets the drive-by onto VHC. The flush is gonna come out. And with that very eastern zone shift, we're gonna see a lot of teams have to rotate. Sonics may take a second in this dip right here, trying to find a different spot. As it looks like Bestia going to be rolling up onto Rent Free. Nades coming down the side. Nothing connects, though. I believe Tig just disconnected. I think he's just disconnected as Honey Badger coming around on the side gets a knock onto Silzen. That's the best I can assume because I was pretty sure I saw him in the pre-game lobby. As Richie B now popping some flashes over the side of the hill pushing towards Draft King. And Draft King goes down to Honey Badger. And now Richie B coming over the side gets the knock onto Sharp Shot, spots out Capitan, and down goes Bestia. Rent Free didn't want anyone playing on their hillside, so they take them down. As it looks like SSG in a tough spot. Down goes their vehicle. As Sonic's just spraying into the smoke. As Orion and Gascans got in a fight outside his zone. Great headshot from Earth onto Hikerman. Can he follow it up with the last one? He can't, as Vox takes him down with a headshot in return. Shinboy still trying to hit the home shots. Looks like his next target is Rello. Gosh, the diarrhea strikes again. Yeah, Taylors, definitely have a fun time. I mean, it honestly surprises me how, like, popular PUBG Mobile is and how big of a scene there is for PUBG Mobile. 5 coffees? Jeez. Right. Coffees. What's everyone's favorite coffees? Coffees and or other drinks. See you later, Joe. Have a good dinner. I appreciate it. As the next zone goes straight up north, Vox somehow takes himself out. Honestly, whatever's your favorite. Like, some people get, like, French vanilla coffee, or what Taylor's just said, that foreign language. As it looks like RBN got taken out from a Sneezy. The Spoon able to steal that. As Legacy's down to just 2 members. Vegas spotted out by Gizira. He's just waiting for one of the members to stop moving. LFP1 going for the spray on to work in silence. Shinji goes down to LFP1. That's 3 kills for LFP. Personally, and this may infuriate a lot of people, not a coffee person. As Falcons and Pachow trading knocks. Not a coffee person. Personally, Fake sitting under the car. What an angle, honestly. On to Rello. He just needs to get one more shot, and that would have been another knock. Personally, very, very much a tea drinker. Honestly, Justin, that was a perfect plug. I rate it. Chai tea? Honestly, I don't know. Chai tea is just not my favorite. I've tried it a couple of times. I just can't. I don't like it that much. As Sonics looks to be one of the only teams actually in zone right now. But personally, I just like some good old English breakfast tea. Nice plain. Nice green tea is always good. Honestly, I've tried a lot of different teas, and I like most of them. It's really just chai tea that I found that I don't like too much. Poonage does end up hitting a headshot with that onto Richie B. Rent Free have 6 kills so far. They still are in on the edge of zone. Falcons are as well. Legacy is going to have to push one of the 2 of them. As Elevate is going to be coming in between all these different teams. And it looks like they're going to be pushing towards Rent Free. Richie B knocks 1. And then Poonage knocks another. As Poonage goes down to Gats. And now Sneezy, last one up for Rent Free, who have 7 kills. And Vegas is the last one left for Elevate. Poonage has crawled in on the ground floor. LFP1 has pushed in. He's going to get the flush onto Poonage. But now he's going to try and push towards stairs. It looks like he actually didn't want to. Doesn't take too much damage from the blue zone. Toyo gets eliminated in 11th. As Sneezy pushes down, gets the knock onto LFP1. And Gizira gets a knock onto Rello. Flood gets taken down. In the meantime, Snakers pushing in towards Gizira. Doesn't have an angle into the car goes Gizira and down goes Snakers. Legacy up to 8 kills. Now Gizira trying to get a stun onto Sneezy. It's going to be a 1v1 in this building. Another flash goes out and down. No, Sneezy still alive. Does not get the shots off. He was full blind by Gizira. But now Gizira, when he has to make a move from this building, is going to have to go in towards Vegas. That's a great nade from Fakeson. Takes out the remainder of Luna Galaxy. Oh my god, one team after another pushed into each other. Sonics have lower heaven shot in the smoke, in the zone, getting naded, getting spammed. He's just hiding out in the zone, hoping and praying, but down he goes to the zone. 6th place for him. Hwin in a dangerous spot. Sparking has an angle, can see his feet, can't connect with the shots. TSM have a great spread and a lot of control in the zone. Sonics have the edge of the southern part. And both Sonics and Gizira are going to have to push in to Sonic's position. So Vegas and Gizira are going to have to push into Sonics, but it looks like Gizira trying to push towards Vegas. He may get caught out from the side. So he's trying to just spot out Vegas. Vegas in the bushes. Spots out Gizira. Doesn't hit the shots. Gizira pokes the hillside. Gizira gets Vegas. That's Legacy on 10 kills. And now it's going to be Pubg. And their turn to rotate into the zone. They're going to have to rotate right into TSM's position. The rest of it's pretty much just flat, open terrain. Oh my god. A Dino spawned? Gosh darn it. I missed the Dino. Too busy casting to actually catch Pokemon. As Gizira tries to take some shots at Sonics, he's going to have a 3-man peeking him. Kickstart hits one shot. Gizira doesn't want to give it up to the zone just yet, but Shrimzy with the shot. And down goes Legacy. 4th place for them. It's going to be a 4-man of TSM, 4-man of Sonics, and a 2-man of Pubg. The question is, how much longer does Pubg last? Zone pushing them. They do have some smokes to make their way in. And Sparking shooting Purdy in the back. It's going to hurt the vest on top of him having to get boosted up. Shrimzy gets the shot onto Fakeson. Alo gets BL. 1 kill apiece for our remaining teams. TSM versus Sonics. Earlier on, Pyro did say TSM was taking game 1. And right now, it's looking like a pretty strong prediction. But he also said Sonics was going to have a slow start. And that's not how this went at all. Thank you, Taylors. Have a wonderful time with your matches. Luke 12 has the off angle for TSM. And it's 2 kills for TSM. And last I knew, Sonics had 4. Alo in an F1 car driving about. You don't want TSM to win now. Now you want Sonics to win? Who would have guessed Pyro with But the problem is TSM has zone position. It's going to be difficult. Sonics do indeed have 4 kills. So both of these teams don't have a ton of kills. But they do have the top 2 positions. You never know. With Luke 12 over on the edge, if Sonics can get a knock from an anchor position, and then the other 3 crash onto it, if Luke 12 doesn't get over in time, it just causes problems. As it looks like that's exactly the play they're going to try and do. Sonics Does get some damage onto Sparking, but no knock comes out. And now the nades are coming out onto Sonics. They're smoking out one side of the hill. That's a good nade towards Gunner. And it does get the knock. So now it's into a 3v4. Sonic's just going for some defensive nades. Don't want TSM to push. But out come the blue zones spread out to take away the space that Sonics can play. H-Win does have a Panzer. Kickstart playing on the rock. Shrimpsy playing up close on the smoke. Gonna lay down on the edge of it. Well, he's flashed. He has 3 kills so far. Waiting for Sparking to push. As it's gonna be H-Win. Take some shots from the side from Sparking. Sparking immediately gonna back up. He doesn't want to get knocked alone on the edge. He wants a trade to come through as Purdy spots out Kickstart on that rock. Kickstart, unfortunately, a little bit farther away than the rest of Sonics, and he's the one with the Groza. As Alo trying to push the edge of this smoke, see how much space they can take. Where does the zone go? Centers up. Sonics have just a little bit of space on the edge, and they were able to res Gunner. So it's back up to a 4v4. Shrimsy has an MK, H-Win with the Panzer, and then Kickstart has a Groza. Better gear and guns on the side of Sonics, but TSM have more control and more space. Purdy trying to peek Kickstart, takes a shot, and that's the vest gone for Purdy. Now Sonics pushing the right side of the hill. Sparking, laying down, waiting. Gets spotted out. The Panzer goes, doesn't get a knock, but Shrimsy does get the knock in return. Alo takes a shot from Shrimsy. As now Kickstart activates, he tries to nade. Pulls out the Groza, gets the knock onto Luke 12. Doesn't get the knock onto Alo. Alo gets the return knock, but that's Gunner getting the knock onto Alo. Purdy gets the knock onto Gunner, down to a 1v1. Shrimsy versus Purdy. Shrimsy getting the flush onto Luke 12, gets spotted out by Purdy. Now Sparking going down as well, and down goes Purdy. He does get the flush, though, and that's an extra point in the bag, but that is Sonics winning game number 1, 8 kills. Whew! Legacy topping the kills, and then Rent-Free with the most damage and assists. But oh my goodness. What a game 1 we had. It was looking like it was TSM's game to win. But Sonics and TSM both having great trades in that one. But in the end, it goes to Sonics. And they win it. What a game from them. What a win. Makes everyone here happy. I know Sonics fans litter the chats every single time we stream. But we're going to be right back. Go to a quick break. If you need to grab a drink, go to the bathroom, anything like that, now's a great time to do it. And we'll be back for game number 2.
eyes closed. Some people just prefer to ignore, but I can't control this hunger. I have to know it all. When the city's sleeping, I collect their secrets buried in my mind. Will they ever see the light? When the city's sleeping, I hear all their secrets. You will lose your mind if you know what's inside. My shut eyes closed. Some people just prefer to ignore, but I can't control this hunger. I have to know it all. When the city's sleeping, I collect their secrets buried in my mind. Will they ever see the light? When the city's sleeping, I hear all their secrets. You will lose your mind if you knew what's inside mine. When the city's sleeping, I hear all their secrets. You will lose your mind if you knew what's inside mine. What's inside mine?
Another sleepless night without you, right? Staring right back at mine, getting lost in time. Now you're so far away, and I'm left broken inside, locked away in my mind. Give me another chance to make this right. Rewind the clocks, take a trip back to paradise. I was your everything, and you were mine. Now I feel so alone. Been trying to find my way back home. Can't believe I'm still holding on. These demons won't leave me alone. They've taken over my soul now that you're gone. They've taken over my soul now that you're gone. They've taken over my soul now that you're gone. They've taken over my soul now that you're gone. This room is full of ghosts and broken oaths. Attracted promises linger within these walls. Stained with my past mistakes. Now I can't wash myself clean from the plague of these sins. I know that God is good. Redemption looms. Follow the path, let the past lose its grip on you. I've gotta let this go. It's getting old. Now I feel so alone. Been trying to find my way back home. Can't believe
Alright, game number 2 underway. Wow, it is downpouring outside. Holy crap. The river might flood. Oh well. Click! How you doing? And I also put a poll up. Who do we think is gonna win game number 2? Sonics go back-to-back. TSM wins this one. Falcons, rent-free. Someone else. What do you guys think? Oh, it's 102 degrees where you are? Oh. Yeah, it's downpouring outside, but it's still, like 90, 93 or something here? Kind of ridiculous. If it's gonna downpour, it may as well just, like, not rain. Or, that's not how that works. If it's gonna downpour, it may as well, like, not be so hot. Yeah, click. That's just how the weather is up here. It can rain and still be like 93. And that's no fun. Ever. Or it will, like, be snowing when it's like 35 degrees outside. And it's like, well, that's not how temperature works at all. The worst part is, right, so it looks like most people voted for Sonics. 2 people voted for Sonics. Oh, jeez, that is so hot. Nah. I am definitely more of a winter body than a summer body. It also doesn't help that I'm a redhead, so it's just like as soon as I go out into the sun, I practically get sunburnt if I spend more than like 5-10 minutes out there. Pyro, it's you're pretty much saying that in Australia, it's either hot or there's a fire, and because of the fire, there's going to be rain at some point, but you don't know exactly when. That's what it sounds like to me. You're like, yeah, it's really hot here, unless a couple of fires happen, and then it might rain at some point. Not sure when, but I'm pretty sure it will. No? No rain? It just gets, like, cloudy? I need more of an explanation then. It doesn't rain. It... Oh. You just have, like, mini tornadoes everywhere? Guess the weather of Australia. We have a very similar zone as the last one. This one, I could be wrong, but looks a little bit more north to me than the other one. It is very close. As Gas Cans is still peeking Luna, as Luna got a knock onto Gas Cans. Kinda. Like, it's not as bad as a tornado, but, like, it's like you have a mini tornado. Like, it can get a little bit too windy for liking, but it's not ridiculous. Oh, Pippa. Spotted out by Cowboy. Flushed by Monster. Emmy does get the return knock on to Cowboy, though. It's going to be an easy res. SSG should be back up as a 4-man. Okay, so you're using fire to fight fire. That makes sense. Because when they collide, they just, like, burn each other out. Ugh, that does not seem like fun, is Haven. Hits another headshot. At this point, I would suggest gas camps to not peek Haven with that bolty. To the good old game of Whack-A-Fire. Always fun, super dangerous. Good luck. They did not take my advice, and they peeked Haven again, and now Vox is knocked again to Haven's bolty. Ooh, they got some special trucks. Yes, they got some special trucks where the inside is built very nice. That is honestly very scary to me. I don't know. Fires are just like kind of up there in my fear list. They're not near the top, but they're definitely up there. So like, what can the water in the water curtains like run out on the trucks? Like how does it work? Sharp Shot does hit a headshot with the Dragonov. If he was a little bit closer, might have gotten the knock. Now I'm curious as to how the water curtain works. Yeah. Honestly, Pyro, I personally think that you can keep those insane fires to yourself. I'm all set. To be fair, I live in like one of the safest states because natural disasters just don't really hit us because of our just like because of how our state is, like hurricanes and everything. We have just an insane coastline that like pretty much gobbles them up and just disperses them. So like hurricanes and anything like that just disappear. Okay. The water just creates a cooling barrier between the truck and the fire. That makes sense. Yeah. See, now bugs. Bugs are up there in some of the top things that I highly dislike. I just don't like bugs. And I would prefer that they never, ever came near me. Spiders, I also dislike. But the good thing about spiders is if they are not in the same room as me, I'm fine with them for the most part. Like, if the spiders are, like, outside the window making their web or whatever, go right ahead. Doesn't bother me. But if they're inside, no. That's not allowed. Not in the slightest. Bugs Bunny is fantastic. As I don't know how many gas cans members have taken knocks to Luna But it has been an insane amount, as it looks like Richie B got taken down by Vegas, who is the only member of Elevate over here right now, and may have some problems dealing with the rest of the members of Rent Free, but support has come in time. Poonage and Despoon are here. Shinboy looks to be crashing the compound very shortly. Honey Badger may have an angle onto Shinboy as he rolls up, but isn't peeking. As Gats gets some shots, Honey Badger gets knocked by Solds, and now Rent Free down to 2. Poonage getting some shots towards Sneezy. As Vegas steps out, gets a knock onto Sneezy. Gats, last one left. Down he goes to Despoon. Elevate takes out Rent Free. As now Sonic's fighting up against Eumasia. Kickstart, last one left. So it looks like Magno, also the last one remaining for Eumasia. Nades going out in each direction. Kickstarts just cooked too long. Magno goes a little bit more to the left. Nade goes out to the right. That sounds insane, Pyro. I do think, though, probably my number one fear is, like, bees and wasps and stuff. And it's not so much bees, it's mainly wasps. But I was stung so many times in, like, 3 years in a row. That I can't deal with them anymore. Kickstart with the nade right on to Magno. Down goes Yumaze. I think that's how that's said. If it's not, I apologize and would like to be corrected. Pyro, you keep bees, and you can keep those bees to yourself, and stay far away from me with them. Listen, I'm totally fine with bees and everything. I would just like for them to leave me very far and very much alone. Like, stay very far away from me, bees, please. Despoon with the spray onto sneak attack. As it looks like Elevate wanted to try and capitalize on that, but Solds with the off angle was trying to cause some problems. Shinboy and Vegas have made it out, though. Go for the drive-by onto Solds. Vegas gets the knock. And they get the flush. Work in silence. Look to be backing off of this one. Shinji making it away. The other two leaving now as well. Right. I'm fine with bees and everything. And, like, I'm fine with seeing them and stuff. I would just prefer they like, don't come near me. But if I see, like, a wasp or anything, then I will start to walk the other way. Like, if a bee is just flying by, it's just flying by. Whatever. If a wasp flies by, I'm noping out of this situation. Has Haven got the knock onto BL. And one is going to have to try and smoke out in front of the shack to try and get towards him. As he gets team shot, and Haven picks up a second one, 2 knocked for Pachow. Listen. Yeah. I don't know. See, for me, it's a slight panic about bees, just because I don't like them. And then it's like a full panic when I see Wasps. As Pachow are now down to just Snastico, and they have 3 members knocked here. Posa, though, getting caught out by Kickstart, and Kickstart up to 4 kills. He may be a solo, but you don't mess with Kickstart. As Shinboy and Punage both here. Punage does go down to Sneak Attack, but now Sneak Attack going down to LFP1. The flush almost coming out. It doesn't. Legacy still up as a 4-man. As Work in Silence just on this edge zone. Struggling a little bit. RBN does spot out Vegas, brought down to 1. Can Vegas hit the last shot that he needs? Doesn't look like it. And RBN gonna make it back to the safety of the compound. And now Gizira, the one pushing up instead. Spots out Vegas, going for the spray. Misses the beginning of it. But down goes Vegas with the headshot at the end. The flush comes out as well. Now Elevate down to a 3-man to Spoon. Does get the res onto Punage. So now Gizira taking shots in the back from Earth. Popping some smokes. Getting back into the vehicle. As the team will have to rotate. As the zone did center up for the most part. We're going up onto the hillside between apartments and Potato Hill. Page does get a flush onto Punage. As now Space Station have also got involved in this fight. And Elevate just stuck in the middle of all of it. Gonna have to try and rotate. Cowboy gets 1, and Cowboy gets 2. Down go Elevate. They didn't even have a chance. Surrounded on all sides, and now it's going to be Falcons versus Orion. Orion are going to have to push their way through Falcons to get into zone. So it looks like Roth and Snakers spot out Earth and Jolly Rancher, but Hazel and Babbler on the edge of Falcons. Tilt Town rolling up on the other edge. Depending on how far Tilt Town rotates, this could be trouble for both Falcons and Orion. This is going to quickly turn into a 3-way fight. Snakers get spotted out by Babbler. Flood goes down to Draft King, but now Tilt Town engaging from the side. Down goes Babbler. Savage gets the flush. Snakers taken down by Hazel. Molly goes out to try and get the flush onto Snakers. Now the other 2 members of Falcons going for the wrap onto Tilt Town. Bestia with Silzen and Draft King ready to pounce. Is Rello trying to go for the spray above Tilt Town. Gascans and Bestia both creeping their way over here. Rello spots out Beamy, can't get the knock. It's now Hikerman getting some shots, and Falcons go down to the members of Gascans, and then it's going to be Toyo taking out TSM. And Tilt Town takes down Orion. Tilt Town taking this edge of the zone. So now you're going to have Gascans and Tilt Town fighting for the top here with Bestia lurking close by. Kickstart just needs one more team to go down, and he's up into placement points for Sonics. As we get 3 follows, thank you all. How are you guys doing on this day? Beamy doesn't have a lot of bullets left for that many. SSG still a little bit of work to get into zone. Gascans and Tilt Town both going to have to push into the area of Bestia. As Bestia getting some shots into Tilt Town. Joshy with a good shot onto Draft King. Pushing Silson and Draft King back down the hillside. It's kind of slowed down a little bit. Justin, of course they came from Cammy's stream. You do realize that almost everyone that watches Scrims as Beanie goes down to Sharp Shot through the trees. Right, almost everyone that watches Scrims watches Cammy's stream. I think there is very few people here that don't also watch Cammy's stream. I'm sure there's a couple, but I mean, Cammy is just such a popular caster. As Tilttown and Bestia still fighting, Silson gets the knock on to English or Espanol. Marshall, Mummy Marshall, I stream every Wednesday. Or, like, cast every Wednesday. And then, if people can't cast the rest of the week, I usually try and pick up one other day, whether that be, Thursday or Friday. Especially because I don't want Cammy to have to cast 5 nights a week. That is ridiculously taxing and a lot of effort, to put in 5 casts in 1 week. As Sonics goes down in 8th, Kickstart does get a couple of knocks. I don't know if he will get the points for them. But, yeah, every Wednesday I try and cast, and then depending on what's going on, I try and pick up another day. As SSG, just trying to take this side of the zone, finish off Tilttown, who've made their way down the side of the hill. Justin. Of course. What else am I good for besides preventing Yapatron 3000 from trying to take over? We cannot let the bots take over. Because with how much he talks, there's no way he's a human. As Bestia take care of gas cans very quickly with some good shots and a good nade to finish him off. He's a diva. He's a Yapatron. He just can't stay concentrated on the cast. He's got a yap, yap, yap. Bliss could be in a spot if SSG had kept on rolling by, but it looks like they're gonna carefully clear this edge. Bliss gonna pop the nade, get the knock onto Page. Can he get more? Goes for the shots onto Monster, gets him, but down he goes to Draft King in the back. Could have been a lot more dangerous for SSG, but now Bestia, Capitan, gonna push out with a nade in his hand. Throws it over, doesn't connect. Gizira trying to come behind SSG, but Pixel anchoring down the edge of the zone. Cowboy getting a knock onto Capitan. As Pixel gonna go down to the blue zone. And get flushed to the blue zone. No one gets that point. SSG eliminated as Bestia has 1 knocked. And we're down into our top 4. Legacy, the only one up as a 4-man. Bestia as a 2-man currently. They are getting the res. And then Toyo and Pachao both as a 2-man. Who is going to take this? The center of the zone is in the middle of nowhere. And it's really just 4 teams playing the very edges. As Bestia trying to push down the hillside, Pachao gets 1. Now we have a 2v2v2v4. That's a lot of numbers. Sharp Shot goes down to LFP1. Draft King going down to the zone. And now it's going to be Legacy, Toyo, and Pachao. Toyo made their move to the edge of the hillside. Trying to get some nades over towards Pachow. Emmy gets a good one onto BL, does a lot of damage. Benja gets the knock from the anchor position. Plush trying to come out, but Emmy getting shot in the back by Legacy. Benja gets a shot into Snastiko. Can he get another one? Doesn't look like it. Emmy down low, trying to get some util out. Bait the nades over his head. As Legacy, like sharks in the water, pouncing in on the bloody and battered members. As Emmy tries to go for the spray onto Gizira, but down he goes to a headshot. Snastiko gets some good shots onto VHZ. As Legacy up to 5 kills. RBN going for the flank onto Snastiko. Does get heard. Snastiko goes for the shots, gets the knock onto RBN. 1v1v3. Nade goes out towards Snastiko's position. Good bounce off of the hillside for Snastiko. Second nade looks a lot better. Goes a little bit too far. LFP1 gets some good shots into Snastiko. He is low health. Goes for the first aid. Isn't able to get it. LFP1 gets Snastiko. Benja, last one alive. What can he do? He has the P90. Gets the knock onto VHC. But down he goes. And that's Legacy taking game number 2 with 8 kills. Great. I mean, really just great plays both from Toyo and Pachow there. The last members trying their best. Getting some good damage. Getting some knocks. Not able to take down a full 4-man. Legacy played that great. But Toyo picked up 9 kills. Legacy had 1,500 damage. And then SSG with 7 assists. But we're going to go to a quick break. And we'll be right back for game number 3. Now is a great time to go to the bathroom, grab a drink, anything else you may need to do. And we'll be right back. Alright. Here we go. Match number 3. Alright. Let's see if I can get a poll up. Legacy. Sonics. Toyo. Falcons. Or other. Right. We have put the poll up. Who do we think wins match number 3? Do we think it's Legacy again? We betting on Sonics? Toyo, maybe? They got pretty high in that last one. Falcons, or do we think someone else may pull it home in this one? As I'm in work in silence. And EM3. Kind of close together. Solds with a Dragonov. That's scary for Shop, and yep. Shop goes down to the headshot. And AM3 gonna be taking a casualty, unfortunately, at the beginning of this one. Not what you like to see. As, oh no, Wooly disconnected for DSM. What are they gonna do? How are they gonna make it through this game as a 4-man? As we have a very central zone. We have apparently just decided that we want to stay towards the center of the zone. That's our decision for today. It's like, hey, look, there's the center of the map. Let's just stick there. As it looks like the leaderboard isn't quite updated. It is an SSG feed right now. As Poonage got knocked? I don't know how. But yeah, SSG loving it. They're right in the center. Luna Galaxy gonna be pretty happy. And then Toyo, Bestia, and Sonics all have some pretty good prio. We'll have to see what they are able to do with the prio, see if they're going to be able to position themselves in a good spot to not get just randomly crashed by a 4-man and have that just cause some problems for their match. But sometimes you can't predict those random teams that just full 4-man crash a compound. You always look at them like they're crazy. But, I mean, we've seen it work. Not all the time, but it's definitely worked sometimes. Especially on a 2-2 split like Luna has. And there is our updated leaderboard. Legacy, currently in first place after that chicken dinner. 2 back-to-back 9-kill games. Has them at 32 points. Sonics has 23 points, second place. And that's a little bit of a gap between the rest of the teams, where then you have Toyo and Elevate, both at 16, and Chow, Bestia, pretty close behind with, really, I mean, the rest of the leaderboard all the way down to Orion in 14th place, within 4 points of each other. And then you have Orion, Falcons, and Work in Silence down at the bottom. Just haven't had a great game so far today. I'm sure that can turn around very quickly for any of the teams. They just get into some placement points and higher up there, as Alo just takes out Wooly really quick. I imagined, because Wooly would have taken a while to go get himself killed on the edge of the border zone. But yeah, Sonics. They have 2 in Yulin, and then 2 closer to the center. Luna Galaxy have a 2-2 split going right now. This Kraken looks like he wants to pop the tires on that bike. He has it. But he's like, that's a tempting bike. I want to shoot it. I want to make it fall over. Honestly, he probably saw it originally, and it probably looked like a person, because that's how bikes always look in this game. As Kickstart has a JS9 with 15 spare bullets. I imagine he probably picked up more bullets before leaving that building. But that's all he had originally. 15 spare bullets. That's all he needed. What am I talking about? Kickstart only needed 15 spare bullets. He's like, I will take down 2 players with 1 clip, and then the 15 bullets will be used to take down the other 2. Sonics have a pretty good high ground position here. They are above the world. As Rent-Free may rotate right into Bestia. Oldless with the headshot onto Sharpshot. And down he goes. Capitan. Gonna be looking to make something happen. Gat spotted out by Silzen with the M249. Oldless trying to get a nade out and over Capitan. Trying to find the time to strike. Spots out Oldless, gets the spray, doesn't get the knock. Goes for the re-peek, but Gats gets a lot of damage. Throws the nade up and over towards Oldless. Oldless throws the nade over Capitan's head. Oldless taken down super low, but so isn't Capitan. Oldless gets the first aid off first. Peeks his head over and down goes Capitan. 2 down for Bestia. And then Richie B with the flank into Draft King. Gets the headshot. Silzen, last one left. Gets spotted out by Honey Badger, but takes down Richie B first. Now peeking around the side of the building. Gets the knock on to Honey Badger. Silzen has the gun to do it if he wants to take out multiple players. Oldless getting sprayed down by the M249. Not taking any bullets just yet. But the vehicle's definitely going to be taken down low. Will it explode? It does. Nade goes out. And it gets Oldless. Silzen's taken down 3 so far. Can he get the last remaining member of Rent-Free? Who does get the res onto Honey Badger. Halo going for the flush onto Draft King. He does get it. As Sonics have made their way over here. Shrimsy gets the knock onto Gats. Going for the flush. H1 gets it, and Shrimsy gets the spray down into the smoke to take out Rent-Free. And Silzen survives. He only ends up with 1 kill out of it, but, I mean, he does survive. Mummy Marshall, honestly, probably. I have been taken down by Kickstart at Yulin before, and all he needed was 2 bullets. I saw the very tip of his head, And the next thing I knew, I had 2 headshots. And I was taken down, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's the difference between Kickstart and me. I literally saw, like, the tip of his helmet, so I didn't even think it was, like, possible for him to see me. But no, I was wrong. I was wrong, and he doesn't miss. As we have a pretty southern rotate, Shinji gets a knock onto Sam Crow here. Work in silence, trying to get some more points. Doesn't work out. They get taken out. As Emmy for Toyo actually gets a flush. Toyo looking up to take EM3 out. Gets a nade onto Magno. Second one comes out. Nothing coming through. Martin pulling up towards Glock. Going for the trade with Emmy. Out comes the stun, and Glock is very blinded. And he has recovered his vision. Gets blinded again and again. The stuns don't stop Glock with a good spray. Martin, though, able to get the knock. And from the other side, Benja takes down Magno. And EM3 go down in 14th. But they do pick up some kills on Work in Silence beforehand. And Sonic's currently relaxing on 3 kills in this one. As TSM now at the center of zone. SSG did have a really good spot, but they've lost Cowboy. In the 4-man of Elevate. Down below, great shots from Shinboy onto Pixel. Nade goes out towards Vegas. Knock doesn't come through. Monster is up above on the rooftop. Tries to make sure the container is taken care of, but Punage going across into the other building now that Monster has left it. And will be able to get some high ground with that position. As Orion may be able to get some shots in the back, but Pixel with a good knock onto Punage. And now Monster getting Shinboy as he rotates across. And that's 2 down for Elevate. Despoon spots out the positioning of Page, not able to get the shots. As Pixel just dodging all the shots. Vegas getting the flank onto Pixel. Very difficult swat for Monster to try and see. He goes for the spray onto Vegas. Does not connect, though. Vegas had a great flank. Gets a knock. Can he get more from that position? Pixel drops down to the low ground in hopes of possibly getting res. Vegas still in the same spot. Does get spotted out by Monster. As Page makes his way over towards Pixel. Throws out the smoke. And he does want to get this res. They get to him at the last second, but they are going to have to stick it. Luna Galaxy up against Sonics. Vinny on the edge of the hill, spots out Tiggleton. Goes for the spray, gets the knock. Now he goes for the flush with the Molotov. H-Win holding this corner, makes it around before Kraken can shoot him. Goes for the repeat, gets the knock onto Kraken. As Shrimsy takes down Vinny. Kickstart also has been knocked. Posa going for the spray through the smoke. As Haven on the other side gets knocked and flushed by Shrimsy. 2v1. Gascan's trying to get involved. Posa with the nade over the top of Shrimsy doesn't connect. Shrimsy going for the nade in return. Gascan's waiting on the edge for any more knocks to come through. Osa looks like he's gonna try and go for the res on Kraken. Can't! And Shrimsy with the great shot on the angle. So now gas cans are gonna try and capitalize and take out Sonics before they can reset and get comfortable. As soon as Sonics try and rotate here, they're gonna be met by the members of gas cans. Hikerman holding the vehicle, spots out Shrimsy, doesn't take the shots yet. He has the Dragunov, gonna be very dangerous. Doesn't take the shot onto Shrimsy, and Shrimsy goes down over the ridge side. Beamy gonna be waiting over here. Goes for the spray onto Shrimsy. Nothing connects as Shrimsy starts to return fire. Now gas cans know that their position is compromised and don't want to stick around. They're going to rotate back over towards Vox, who's rotating right into SSG, and now gas can is going to have to deal with SSG on their rotate into zone. As it looks like gas cans are going to be able to rotate around just fine. Not getting caught out. TSM still pretty centralized as a headshot from Monster onto Hikerman. Doesn't get the knock, but does do some good damage. Hikerman gonna have to keep his head down and heal. He's gonna rotate back on towards the rest of his team. SSG and Gascan's gonna be fighting over this hill, but is it even gonna be in for the next zone? Both teams getting prepped and ready. Each side of the hill. Where is the first knock going to come through? Page prepping a nade. Throws it towards the vehicle. Monster gets the first knock onto Beamy. Molly's and Blue Zone going out right away to try and get the flush. But it's Sonic's in the back. Shrimsy up to 5 kills. Getting the steal onto Beamy. And now Orion Jolly Rancher getting some shots into the back of this fight. And only the very edge of this hill's in zone. Monster with a couple of good shots. Not able to fully peek over this hill. But it looks like SSG are going to claim this hill and be able to control it. Unless Sonics has something to say. You can see them creeping onto the other edge of that hillside. So now gas cans are rotating right into Legacy, who have been doing very good so far in this one. 9 kills in each of the matches they've played. As Vox goes into the building, LFP1 peeks with great timing and takes him down. Blue Zone getting prepped and thrown. Might not be able to get the flush onto Vox. Looks like it just will be able to. Penta takes a couple of shots from Gizira. As the Blue Zone is not enough to get the flush onto Vox. The res comes out, and Hikerman hops up towards the top of the roof. And Gizira gets the knock onto Hikerman. Continues to rotate around the side. LFP1 hops into the building. RBN and LFP1 going together. So it looks like LFP1 took a headshot in the back from his teammate. Penta up on the hill. Does get spotted out by Gizira. Shots coming out. And Gizira able to finish that off as SSG and Sonics look to be fighting, but Legacy getting pushed on the other side from Tilt Town. Joshi going for the finger roll nade. Gets a perfect nade onto VHC. Goes for a second one for the flush. Not able to connect. As TSM can see this from the side. And Legacy are in recovery mode to try and get VHC. RBN down in the compound with LFP1 and Gizira anchoring for support. RBN with a nade up and over the top towards Bliss. Arcs perfectly, and down goes Bliss to RBN's nade. Preps another one. Throws it up and over the top. Good shots from RBN. Gets a second knock. And now Joshi with the long-range spray gets the knock onto LFP1. Gizira with the return knock. And now we're down to just one for Elevate. Up against the three-man of Legacy RBN. Going for the nade before he goes for the res. Goes out towards Joshi and Savage, but the res has already come through. And straight onto the second res, Savage goes. Joshi gets the first aid kit off. Reloads his gun. RBN gets the flush. But Gizira from the other side going for the spray. Gets some damage. RBN gets one. Gizira gets Joshi. Savage, last one left. Gets taken out by the no-scope of RBN. And his Dragunov hipfire hitting true there. Headshot takes him down. And Legacy, as a two-man, into the top 6. Toyo getting some good shots into Space Station. As now you have Space Station, Toyo, and Legacy still need to make it into zone. Pachau, Falcons, and TSM all already in zone. SSG getting some good shots onto Toyo. Martin brought down low. Nade comes out. Doesn't roll over the hill the way they need it to. Pixel just trying to drive his way in onto the edge of zone. Luke 12 picking up some 3 gear and a Mark 14. Very dangerous gun in the hands of any of these players. Now he just tries to make his way back to the compound. RBN and Alo just having a little peek battle. Back and forth. Just like any shots connecting either way. TSM sitting on 5 kills so far in this one. As Falcons and TSM both up as a 4-man. And SSG as a 3. Toyo also as a 3, but in a very cramped spot. Pachau only as a 2 along with Legacy. Snakers with the though, has center zone. And Falcons have control of most of this zone. See how well they can keep control, and if they can turn that zone control into a win. Pachau taking damage from blue zones. Is able to survive, but it looks like Toyo going to be pushing onto Pachau to take that position. As Biel gets a knock on one with a nade, Snastiko gets the knock onto Martin. And Pachau holds this position. 2 down for Toyo. Pippa, last one left. And now SSG trying to get prepped and ready to push onto this. Nades coming out from Pachau. Snakers with the headshot onto Snastiko with the And unfortunately for Snastiko, he had a nade ready in his hand and he gets flushed to it. SSG sitting on 7 kills so far in this match. They have a spot in zone. TSM are close by. Looks like Falcons may have an angle onto it as Roth gets a knock onto Page. But then Snakers with the right into the side of Alo. Very scary to hear the be shot off and then get a shot in the side. Almost stuns you for a moment, like, oh my god, did I get knocked? Snakers with a good shot onto Luke 12. Get some damage onto that level 3 vest. So it looks like TSM taking care of Legacy. We're down to our top 4 teams. BL, last one left for Pachau. SSG as a 2-man. And then Falcons and TSM both as a 4-man. As you have TSM combine with Falcons to take care of SSG. Falcons still a ton of zone control. It's the reverse of the first game, where TSM had the zone control and ended up losing to Sonics. Now, it's Falcons in control of the zone up against TSM. Will TSM, with 9 kills, be able to take this one out of the hands of Falcons? Where's the zone gonna pull? As it goes down to the south, TSM has no one in zone, and it doesn't really look like they have a ridgeline to play. And Falcons have the rest of the zone for control. Has TSM scooting in that bus. Oh my god, there's 3 different buses down in this dip. So they found a dip to play. But 2-3 nades can take out a whole team here. So now it's BL in the back that could cause problems for Falcons, but I'm pretty sure Falcons know that he is there. So I feel like BL is almost waiting to see if they will start fighting each other and cause some problems. As all 4 members of TSM are now down in that dip. Snaker's still waiting for BL to make it over there. He has a pretty good dip from where he is. And on top of having an he has a FAMAS as well. Gets 1 headshot onto BL. But BL's still alive right now, and second headshot comes through. And now it's just TSM versus Falcons. 4v4, Falcons have zone control. Purdy making a move up onto the hardcover and the emergency blocks that they threw down. But Falcons have a nice even spread all across the zone to try and make sure that no one can flank on them. 2-2 split for if any trades are needed. Purdy and Sparking have made a little bit of space out towards the center of the current zone. But where is this next one going to go? Is it going to favor one of the teams more than the other? It centers up. Falcons have a little bit more playable in it than TSM do. But with TSM throwing down those emergency covers, they at least have something to play from. They also have a couple of vehicles that they can use for cover. But their feet will be able to get shot from underneath. So you see Snakers just waiting for one person to peek their head for too long. First shot doesn't connect. So we hear another one ring out, and it does good damage to Purdy. Next one goes towards Alo. 1 headshot is all it takes from this Tries to follow him. Doesn't get the connection. Roth throwing some util towards them. Trying to get them to move around into the open. As center dot, I want to say, is closer to Falcons. But Alo with the Dragonov in this next zone should be close enough to one-shot, headshot pretty much anyone. We are just waiting for the zone to push these two teams into each other. Both teams still do have some offensive util that they can use. Alo with 5 nades and 2 Molotovs. But then on the other hand, you have Snakers with 4 nades. I appreciate the follow, Ricky Bobby. But yeah, it does look like Snakers is ever so slightly closer to the center of zone. They do have a better ridge to play from, where TSM will have to push out into the open. As now we see some nades start to come through. Purdy takes some damage, doesn't get knocked. Sparking does get a knock onto Roth with 1 nade, so the first one down is from Falcons. Roth very close to getting flushed out. Snaker's gonna have to go for the res, and he's gonna have to hold it. It's a 4v2. As now Rello gets a knock onto Purdy. Follows it up with a nade, takes a shot from Luke 12. That nade does a lot of damage. Now you see Sparking moving closer to center. And it looks like TSM has zone control now. It's going to be up to Falcons to use their util to try and make something happen. Purdy's still not flushed out yet. Could get res, but great nade from Snakers. Flushes out Purdy and gets the knock onto Luke 12. Gets the flush as well. And now it's a 2v4. Rello takes some shots from Sparking. Alo, last one left, and down he goes. Falcons winning game number 7. Game number 3 with 7 kills. Wow. Gosh, I got distracted by the number. But TSM were able to take the most kills in that one with 9. Falcons with 2,300 damage and 7 assists to round out the statistic leaders. Insane ending there. It was quiet, and then all the nades started popping off at the same time. All the folding shields were out in that last zone. I think almost every single player had one to their own. But Falcons were able to take it. So, we'll be right back for game number 4. If you need to go grab a snack, drink, anything like that, now's a great time to do it. We'll be right back.
like I'm running out of time. Starting to think that I can't do this on my own. So where do you go to find the answers to this life? Yeah, I wanna know. I've been searching but still can't find my own way. Lost my direction. My life needs correction. Feels like I lost track of time. Please someone save my life.
Alright. Here we go. Game number 4. What is gonna happen? Who is gonna win? What do you guys think? What do you guys think is gonna happen in this one? We're gonna see another center circle as well. Pull right towards like Terminal, Hosan, Bucksansa. Or are we gonna actually... We're going for a wild zone in this one. It'd be the first one of the day, Justin. I mean, so far it's been pretty normal zones, honestly. They haven't been the half unplayable. I mean, that's what we can hope for, Justin. That's all we can hope for. What will it be realistically? Only time will tell. As Vinny and Kickstart, we're both going for the same vehicle. And Kickstart looks like he's gonna go try and run over Vinny, but because he got behind the wall in time, he's just gonna go his own way. And it looks like Post is gonna make it over towards Vinny to just try and pick him up and get him out of there because Sonic's know where he was. And we got a different zone. It went up north. I don't think it's half unplayable, but there is some water. So it's something. It's something. Maybe not what we wanted. Maybe not as crazy as we wanted. But, same zone as yesterday. Hey, if it's the same zone as yesterday, then they're going to be prepared for it. As Rent-Free just try and take some shots over towards Pachow. Right. Also, a Riolu just popped up, and I really want to catch it, and because Lucario is one of my favorite Pokemon. So if I don't catch this Riolu, I'm going to be pretty disappointed, honestly. Right now, it looks like Toyo and gas cans are the biggest benefiters of this zone. EM3 also very close by for a rotate. Falcon's on the correct side of the zone, so that's pretty cool. And it looks like Bestia taking a early E pickup to try and get over there. They may possibly hop off up towards Army Base because all the vehicles will still be there. And they should be able to get some decent loot to finish off whatever they need at Army Base. And we say that because we can see that no one's there yet. I imagine they would probably think that no one has made it up that way. As Sonics may actually be going for a camp on this rotate for work, and silent sneak attack gets caught out by Shrimzy. And Himsy starting it off strong in this one, getting the first kill of the match. Now Work in Silence going to be going right in between Sonics and their 2-2 split that they have going currently. Kickstart spotting out Selfish. Doesn't get the knock quite yet. Snakers takes down H-Win. As one goes down, does the second. He's brought down low. Doesn't quite hit the final shots. Now he does. And that's two more of Work in Silence taken down by Sonics. Shinji, last one left. H-Win getting rezzed by Shrimzy right now. And with where Falcons was, should be a pretty easy reset for them to be able to continue on their rotate, picking up 3 early on as Poonage runs over Magno. And it looks like TSM may possibly be going for a rotate camp on Legacy real quick, as VHC takes a little bit of damage. LFP1 driving down below the ridge side now. And Legacy gonna make it out of there, not fully unscathed, but at least not losing anyone. And that's honestly crazy for TSM to still have been there for that rotate camp. And I can't believe I didn't catch the Riolu. This is preposterous. I want to file a complaint. As Orion coming down out of the E pickup now. Capitan gets one shot onto Babbler. Can he follow it up with any more? Does not look like it. And now his next target being Jolly Rancher. One shot does connect, but it looks like no others will come through. SSG versus Sonics. Tiggleton goes down to Page. Page has to go for the reload. Kickstart knocks Page with the drive-by. He gets flushed out. Go bang. Close by does stop. Try and help finish off Sonics. Kickstart goes for the nade. Doesn't connect with it. Now Falcons get some shots onto Shrimzy. H-Win trying to deal with Cowboy, as Kickstart does take care of Go Bang, and now SSG down to a 2-man. H-Win takes a little bit of damage from the nade and from Falcons, as Cowboy just trying to take care of H-Win, but Kickstart takes down Cowboy. And now it looks like Pixel had disconnected as the last member on SSG. So, Sonics up to 6 kills. They're having a pretty good match. So far, still 16 teams alive, but we're down to 55 players. Those numbers don't quite match up, as Pippa takes Shinboy down from Elevate. And now it's going to be Sonics versus Falcons. Nade comes out from Flood. Doesn't do any damage to Tiggleton. H-Win does get taken down by Rello. And out comes the blue zone towards Tiggleton's position. He tries to peek the edge of the smoke. As it doesn't look like any flushes are going to be able to come through, as Toyo and Elevate, along with Pachow, all fighting over this compound. And it looks like EM3 creeping up behind Martin. Only one up for Toyo. And just Spoon trying to get the res, as Martin goes down to Snastico. Pachow have 2 kills. They spot out EM3 trying to make their way onto the back of this fight. Vegas and Despoon in between two teams. Despoon gets the knock onto Glock, gets the flush as well. Now Shop, only one over here for EM3. Shop does get the knock onto Vegas. Despoon gonna have to make something happen, but Fakeson takes him down. Now he goes for the spray onto Shap as well, not able to connect, switches to the 3 times, goes for it again. One shot connecting from each team. Shop goes for the other side. Both brought down low. BL making his way down and over towards the rock. Waits for his teammate before he pushes. Good nade onto Shop. Second one comes through and finishes him off. EM3 goes down. Pachow picking up 4 kills, cleaning up and taking over the compound. As now you have TSM taking an E-pickup, and it looked like Luna Galaxy preparing one of their own. Legacy and Rent Free rotating next to each other. Rent Free taking 2 headshots. RBN going for the drive-by onto Oldless. Oldless taken down super low. Gizira is able to get the final shot onto him, but Richie B gets one in return onto Gizira, gets one onto BHZ as well. Now you have Richie B up against 2. He gets taken down. Gats on the hillside, gets some shots, but gets taken down by LFP1. And Legacy, drive-by craziness. And who's here to try and finish it off? It's Sonics. As Kickstart trying to catch up to LFP1 and the Nox member inside the vehicle. As you have Gizira and RBN in the other vehicle. Tiggleton gets 2 with that spray. Kickstart going for the spray onto the other vehicle. As it doesn't look like it comes through. Legacy gonna be surviving for right now. Kickstart's still trying to chase this down a little bit before he peels off. Legacy have 4 kills, and Sonic's up to 8 kills already. But where are they going to be able to find their way into zone? Holy, Sonic's capitalizing on all the fights that they are in, and all of the fights that they are coming across. Great work for them so far, as Shinji is hiding in the shack, and the closest team to him is Falcons. And personally, if there was any teams I could choose to be in a shack next to, it would not be Falcons. No, thank you. As we did get a northern shift, so we do still have a good little chunk of water, which will make this zone a little bit more hectic. But, I mean, most of the fights that we've seen so far haven't even been because all the teams are being pushed next to each other. There's a compound near Pachow that, I mean, was pretty centralized, so a lot of teams were interested in it, but isn't anymore. Tilt Town have a very wide split and quite a bit of control. They are ready for most of the spots that this zone can go to besides the eastern side. And Sonics have made their way in on the southern side. Gas Cans is there, but they're pretty spread out. Hikerman all on his own, trying to come down and clear this area. May end up running into Sonics and Tiggleton. If he goes for the shots onto Tiggleton, Sonics will turn around right away. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, and now he's going to be able to sneak up behind them. As it looks like Joshy did get spotted out by Pachow. But nothing's going to come of it, and he's going to be able to get into a safe spot. As we pretty much just center up here. So it's kind of looking to end between Army Base and the hillside. And there's a lot of crevices you can play in this area. Besides the spot, like, just south of Army Base, past that little ridge. Most of it is hilly areas where you might be able to play. That's really the only open spot left in this zone. So the question is, where are the teams going to go? Hikerman still continuing his long flank onto Sonics. But Sonics have been moving forward. Tilttown getting some shots onto TSM as they take the crates that have ever so graciously landed next to them. So the real question is Hikerman ever going to complete this flank? I'm very curious. I'm invested in it. I want to know what he's going to do, if he's going to be able to connect with these shots from behind, as, I mean, he has the info. So he's going to be feeding that over to the rest of his team, and they may be able to just swarm Sonics from all around. He has put away his gun now and started running more towards them. But Legacy are going to be sneaking up onto English or Espanol. So it looks like they're actually going to take the cliffside right along the riverbank. Question is, are they going to be able to get in as they actually go into the water? Hikerman's flank did end up working. They got one and the flush, and now H-Win also flushed out. As it looks like he never spotted out Legacy. Alright, go back over to the Sonics fight, please. Yes. Beamy did get knocked, so Sonics did get a knock onto one, but Pachow pushing from the other side have Sonics surrounded. And now, they're not even fighting for a position in zone. So this fight's going to have to be cleaned up pretty quick, as nades go up and over the hillside. Not connecting with anything. Doesn't go quite far enough. Fox making a rotate into zone. Get Shrimsy. And now there's Kickstart. Pachow getting the flush onto Shrimsy. Trying to get the shots onto Vox, which could actually save Kickstart's life, but Beamy steps over and down goes Sonics. And now it's going to be Gas Cans and Pachow. As Pachow, we're able to get a knock onto Hikerman, so they'll be able to rotate in ahead of Gas Cans and hold them outside of the zone. Oh, Sticky. Oh, where's the Twire? Here you go, Sticky. There you go. That is the Twire. Sorry. The exclamation mark Twire apparently did not get set up. But there it is for you. As Sparking gets a knock onto Savage. Purdy gets the flush onto Savage. As Purdy has the we'll get to see if he can cause some mayhem. Maybe another TSM versus Falcons. But this time, the resides for TSM. Could be the changing factor. As it looks like Pachow and Gaskins have been able to give themselves enough space, but LFP1 getting the knock and flush onto Babbler as he was going for a ride in his mountain bike. Now Hazel has to turn, get shot at by VHC, brought down low, not able to get the knock. Legacy, time and time again, able to just continue to stack on these kills game after game. Alo takes a shot from Beamy, gets a good shot onto Penta. Is now Orion getting flanked from both sides. Bestia on one, Legacy on the other. Purdy getting a flush onto Tilt Town. As Sparking getting caught out by Pachow, able to get into cover behind the shack with his folded shield. As now Fakesing gets the knock onto Joshi. Bliss, last one left for Tilt Town. Should be able to get the res onto Bliss. As TSM going to be holding out both Tilt Town and Pachow. Then you have gas cans going around the flank that are going to be fighting Luna, Galaxy, and Falcons. And then on the northern side, you have Bestia, Orion, and Legacy. As Tilt Town trying to make their rotate Purdy, trying to hit the shots with the as they rotate by, swaps to the barrel, goes for the spray. Joshi takes another shot, but Tilt Town does make it down and away from TSM. But it's going to be right into the waiting hands of LFP1. Can he hit the shots? He goes for the spray, hits a couple, and both members of Tilt Town solo, and down they go to the spray from VHZ. Just outside of the placement points. And now Bestia, Hazel takes down Silzen. Preps the nade, gets the nade thrown out, gets stunned, and taken down by Draft King. Now it's going to be Legacy versus Bestia. But now you have Falcons taking down the members of Gas Cans. Roth got knocked, but picked back up. Snakers turns around with the Groza, takes some shots towards Penta, but Penta with a good headshot. As Luna Galaxy did reposition into the zone. And Penta just goes down to his own nade. And Gas Can's eliminated. As Pachow pushing onto TSM, Sparking knocked. Purdy still at the shack. Alo getting spotted through the fence line as his gun betrays him. Molly's going out onto TSM on the rock as Luna Galaxy taking down Alo from below. Purdy trying to activate from that shack. And now Pachow in the middle of two different teams. Sparking with a good shot onto Snas to go. Biel gets the knock onto Haven. Sparking on to Biel. Fakes in, last one left for Pachow. TSM down to 2. No, down to 3. They had Purdy, Sparking, and Luke 12. Luna Galaxy now sandwiched between TSM and Falcons. Kraken up close on the smokes. Fakeson does make it into the zone and could still cause problems for Luna Galaxy. Nades go over Kraken, trying to make his peak now. Gets hit by his own teammates. Nade Snakers, trying to connect with some shots on the edge of the smoke. As Fakeson does get one before Vinny can take him down. And then Sparking knocks a second. Vinny gets flushed by Sparking. As now Haven gets taken down by Luke 12 and flushed out. Kraken, last one left for Luna Galaxy. As we're into our top 4 teams. Bestia alone on the southern half of zone. Falcons as a 4-man, TSM as a 3. And Luna Galaxy gonna get the res and be back up as a 2-man. But they're gonna have to push into one of the teams of TSM or Falcons. Question is, which one are they going to choose? Bestia have the ridge to work with, but then it is a lot of open ground with very little cover and a couple of small hills. As Sparking still trying to hold Luna Galaxy out. As Posa does make it down into the smoke, Kraken trying to hold from the blue zone. Does get taken down by Sparking. And now Posa taken down by Snakers, so 1 to each of the teams on the hillside. Now it looks like Bestia favoring a little bit closer towards the Falcon side of the zone. But yes, TSM and Falcons have both been very consistent lately. TSM, I'd say a little bit more consistent, and Roth has been a great addition to Falcons so far. And kind of, I mean, Falcons were kind of like back and forth, I feel like, for some of the things, and so far, since Roth has been added, I feel like I've consistently seen them up towards the top and doing very well. As Rello and Sharpshot trade a couple of shots. No headshots come through, though. As Luke 12 from the side through the bushes with the suppressed MK. Taking some shots in. Bestia gonna be very happy with that zone pull. They have 5 kills so far. How many more will they be able to get in this one? As Flood trying to sneak up along the side. Prepping a nade. Throwing it over. Sharpshot throwing one in return. Gets a little bit of damage onto Flood. He's brought down low. But the nade from Flood gets the knock onto Sharpshot. Second one to follow it up. Gets a little bit of damage. No flush or knock. As now Luke 12 gets the knock onto Rello as Falcons push down the open hillside. Falcons with 2 Grozas, though. If they can get up close to people, that is going to be very, very scary to deal with. And they are able to get the res. So now TSM is going to have the high ground as Luke 12 just into the side of Falcons. Brings Roth down so low, but not able to get the knock. As Flood gonna take a step out into the blue zone to see if he can spot anything. And then lays back down as TSM. Sparking gets a knock onto Roth. Draft King gets knocked by Flood. And now he tries to go for the shots onto Sharpshot. Not able to, but Capitan goes down to Snakers. Now you have a 2v2 on this side of the zone. Nades come out, gets the knock onto Rello, and now it's down to just Snaker. Sharpshot, able to hit the headshots. And now it is a 3v2. Can TSM take this one home? Silzen and Sharpshot up against Purdy, Sparking, and Luke 12 Sparking with 6 kills already in this one. An absolute madman he has been as of late. Both teams just taking their time, resetting. Trying to get back up to full health. Purdy has the Om. And if he can get a knock with it, that could instantly turn this into a quick TSM win. Does get the shot onto Silzen and brings Silzen down very low. Sharpshot with the nade towards Sparking, who does have the folded shield, and it does some good work for him, but Luke 12 from the flank, and down goes the members of Bestia. TSM taking that home with 10 kills. So, I'm pretty sure everyone we've said is going to get a win today has gotten a win. I think the only people we have left is, like, Rent Free. I think we said Rent Free was going to win one of the games. And SSG. So if Rent Free and SSG win the next couple of games, then we've called all the games. But TSM 10 kills, 2100 damage, Legacy 6 assists. But we're going to go into a quick break before game number 5. If you need to grab any drinks, go to the bathroom, anything like that, now's a great time to do it, and we'll be right back.
She was hurling.
Sitting hiding down low under your long shadow. For months now, but it feels like years. I never said much, just how tight in your clutch. Under clouds that felt like they never clear. These are changing times, so I take my stand. You can try to fight me, I don't give a damn. Please let go, been in your grasp now for far too long, and I won't out. I can get emotion when you move out of the way. So much to do to try to say. Won't think about you, so I'll never say your name.
All right. We're getting ready for match number 5. And so far, Legacy, after game number 2, has been able to continuously stay at the top of the leaderboard. Will anybody be able to catch up and take them out of the top spot? TSM close behind with 44 points in second place, and Sonics right behind in third with 40. Sonics have gotten a lot of kill points so far today. They haven't gotten quite as many placement points, but they've been more than making up for it in the kills, and their fights have been fantastic. And then Falcons and Pachow in 4th and 5th, pretty close. Not quite within striking distance of Legacy this match, but if Legacy for some reason have a bad game, which I really don't see happening, they are just playing so well right now in the scrims today, so I'd be surprised if anyone besides TSM or Sonics really take over in the next couple of games. And that's only if they both have 2 sets of good games. As Pozo has become a hot drop between Orion, as EM3 and Tilttown also had a couple of people hot drop each other. And it looks like Tilttown gonna be the better of that. But we have Rent Free and Orion. Now again, if we wanted all of our predictions to be right, then Rent Free is gonna win a match. And that should propel them way up the leaderboard from 14th place right now. And then SSG is gonna win a match. And that could propel them into the top 3 depending on, you know, how many kills and everything they get in the next couple of matches and how the rest of our top teams do. As now Jolly Rancher goes down, brings Oldless and Gats pretty low. But no one there to be able to get the trade. Gats doesn't have a first aid kit though. Oldless just finding one. Is Magno and Savage going to be fighting now? Shotgun to the head. Takes down Magno. And Tilttown up 2 more points. As it looks like our only team without placement points in this one so far today is Work in Silence. They are sitting on 2 kill points right now. As Gats trying to take down Earth, but Gats is going to be out in the open, but it doesn't matter. He hits the headshots, and Earth gets taken out. Gats taken out by the red dot of Hazel. really unfortunate time for this sandstorm to come through, though. Makes it very difficult for Hazel to try and see Gats and get the final shots for the flush. Does hit one onto Oldless. The res isn't going to come out just yet. Question is, where's Babbler? It looks like he is on the other side of El Pozo. So I don't know if he'll be able to get involved enough in this one. Looks like he's wary of someone close by, but we can see that there's no one near him right now. As Hazel just continues to rotate. Sonics and Gascans may run into each other again on the edge of zone. And I feel like that's, this is going to be the third or fourth game in which Sonics and Gascans may run into each other. As Hazel does end up going down to a headshot from Richie B. And Rent-Free should be able to go and scoop that kill up. That's going to be 3 kills from them. And, I mean, just those 3 kills already bump them up into 11th place. It's pretty darn good. As the Ridge is just barely able to protect Gascans. Will Vox is the last one to survive. He won't. Tiggleton hits the shots. And down goes Vox. Flush comes out. And Sonics get a little bit of revenge for the trap that Gascans sprung on them in the last match. Shrimsy going for some long-range shots onto Legacy. I will say, we haven't even commented about the zone in this one so far. And this is a pretty entertaining zone. There's going to be some pandemonium that happens. If it shifts even more onto water with the next one and keeps most of the water in, that'll be even crazier. Haven goes for the finger roll onto Flood. Drops down, goes for the spray, and he is able to get the knock. That's Flood going down for Falcons. Who have, especially in the last few matches, been very consistently in the Final Four. Could be going down early in this one, though. So it looks like Flood is going to continue to crawl towards his teammates. Roth does spot out the head of Vinny. Vinny also prepping a nade. Good nade from Roth. Vinny's goes a little bit too far. Now some mollies coming out. Molly not connecting with anything. Snakers is going to be able to get the res onto Flood, though. So it looks like Legacy and Gascans had run into each other, causing some serious damage to both sides. But it looks like Falcons have decided to back off from this one. Luna Galaxy have taken this hill and claimed it as their own. Tires tried to be taken out from long range by Haven. Does spot the person going up onto the hillside. Can he connect with the shots? Looks like it's sharp shot from Bestie as Toyo and Elevate end up rotating into each other, and Tilt Town also right there. I feel like Tiltown has consistently been there for third parties and or just like in the space that fights have been happening so far today. As Sonics has actually rotated over into the northwest. Or northeast. Going all the way from the Picado area. All the way to the eastern side of that zone. As it looks like Bestia are now the next team that are gonna try and fight Luna for this rock area, and Sonics on the other side of Falcons, with Kraken also possibly having an angle onto this. Falcons will be the first ones to the compound. So it will be an uphill battle from Sonics, and it looks like they do want to take it. So it's going to be Sonics versus Falcons for this compound. Two of the members of Falcons are here. The other two are up on the hillside. Roth, it looks like, maybe working his way over, but he stops over by Rello right now. And now he continues on and around. As Snakers pops up and gets a headshot onto Kickstart to take him down. Nade comes out and over. Flood gets a knock on to H-Win. And then Tiggleton tries to go for the return knock. Flood able to dodge his way out of there. Nade goes out. Doesn't go to where Flood is. Tiggleton trying to nade the left side. Putting some smokes up so he can try and go for the res onto H-Win when he thinks it's safe. But two talked for Sonics against the four-man of Falcons, and now Rello coming down the hillside to come and support Falcons. Trying to wrap all the way down the side. Tiggleton has already smoked that off and makes his way down the hillside and takes down Flood. Ready and expecting the flank on the left, and he takes Flood down. Rello continuing in the vehicle to rotate around. And now Kickstart and Trimsy pushing from the other side. H-Win gets shot at by Rello, doesn't get knocked. And now Tiggleton taken down by Snakers. Snakers going for the flush, has to reload and get prepared for Kickstart and Trimsy. H-Win taken down by Rello. Tiggleton flushed out. So isn't H-Win. Flood is going to be rezzed. So you have Kickstart throwing some nades into the warehouse. Now Kickstart and Trimsy inside a compound in a building. But it's going to be a difficult spot because they still have to push their way into zone, and that's going to be through the four-man of Falcons. Crazy stuff. As multiple other teams have gotten wiped at this point. EM3 taken down by Elevate. Orion just gets taken out by Legacy. Trimsy trying to get a knock onto Falcons so they can make something happen. Shinji gets a headshot onto one of the members of TSM with the bolty. This fight has really stalled out. Shrimsy going up on the high ground. Kickstart is going to try and follow behind him with the vehicle. Maybe try and get one of the members of Falcons to overextend so that Shrimsy can get a knock. We have Rent Free and Legacy fighting pretty much just in the blue zone. Gizira gets the flush onto Honey Badger. The rest of Rent Free making their way over. LFP1 from range gets the knock onto Gats. Now Gizira from the other side gets the knock onto Oldless, but not able to take down Richie B, who gets the knock and the flush onto Gizira. Now it's going to be Richie B fighting from the blue zone. Looks like he's going to try and get the res onto Oldless. And they are going to have to fight their way through LFP1 as the zone far down to the south. Kickstart gets Capitan for Bestia, though. Gets the nade out, and they do go down in 13th. Nade's not close enough to be able to do anything significant. And SSG, 5 kills so far in this one. Fighting up against gas cans for this long dip. Penta gets taken down by Despoon. And it looks like he's going to get flushed out. So we've seen Work in Silence make their way through TSM in this one. Solds looks like trying to take on Sparking and Luke 12. Both pushing their way in. And Pachow gets a knock onto Sparking. Luke 12 does make it up to the top. And Work in Silence are taken out. But now Falcons are here to get involved. Luna Galaxy. Kraken. Last one left. Those Snakers just went inside. Here's more coming, though. Doesn't want to take the shots just yet. Gets the knock onto Rello. Doesn't get the flush, though. Now Bestia. TSM could be a problem. A nade over the top in the windows. Doesn't do any damage. As Kraken just tries to make his way out of there. And continue on with some placement points. Elevate versus Toyo Poonage with the spray to take down 2. Pippa last one left for Toyo. And Vegas hunting him down, but he is up on the rooftop, which is a very hard spot to push. So he's just sitting in the smoke, trying to figure out where Vegas is. He hears the nade get prepped and tries to go for the spray. Does some damage, not able to get a knock. Preps the nade into the other room. Gets a second one over there to try and prevent Elevate from pushing their way up. But here they come to Spoon leading the charge. Emmy does get rezzed. Pippa gets taken down. And then Emmy followed up by Shinboy. And down goes Toyo. SSG in zone. We are looking for them to try and take this one and keep our predictions alive. We need SSG to win this one. And then we need Rent Free to win the last one. Legacy goes down in 8th place to the zone. They get a placement point, but they definitely got some kill points. TSM holding on 3 kills right now. They have 2 placement points going for them. 12 just trying to hold with the shorty. Tries to go for the shot onto Capitan, but Capitan hits the headshot. And down goes Luke 12, Sparking. Last one left. But if there was one person to be afraid of on the team of TSM, it is Sparking. He has a pretty decent building inside of zone. just so long this next zone doesn't hard shift down to the south, he should be good to stay there for a while longer. But Bestia do not want to have to deal with a rat amongst them, so they are taking their time to try and deal with this sparking. Getting some shots over towards Silzen. Now the nades and blue zones coming out onto the building. Capitan gets caught by the Molotov. Shouldn't do enough to matter. He is pushed into the corner from the blue zones, but they don't do any damage. And Draft does end up getting hit by the Molly and is able to take down Sparking. Sparking not able to get the shots onto him. And TSM goes down in 6th place. As it's going to be SSG and Elevate for this western side of the zone. Chow in a pretty good spot as Page takes down Shinboy. But Chow has a good spot on that eastern side of the zone, and everyone else are going to have to try and figure out where to play. Vegas could get taken down, and he does. Great team shooting by SSG there. Go Bang waiting for that first shot to hit before he goes for the headshot. And that is going to be an easy flush and confirm, and Elevate are going to be down to 3. Space Station 7 kills so far in this one. And going for the win. Chow with a great spot though, and it's Snakers and Bestia. Snakers gets taken down by Sharpshot. Now Falcons down to Rella. He gets spotted by Poonage, and no quarter given. Down he went. And we're down to our top 4 teams. The 4-man of SSG, the 4-man of Pachow, the 4-man of Bestia, and the only team with 3, and Elevate, and down goes to Spoon, bringing them to a duo. The flush does happen. Poonage is close and ready to ambush. And 1 FPS, playing the shack, taking some long-range shots. As Shinboy is spotted out by Sharpshot, but fakes in. Some good shots, almost able to get the knock onto Sharpshot. But in the end, we are going to have a long ways to go as we wait for the zones to slowly close in. But Bestia, trying to push the matter, do get the knock onto Poonage. And now it's just Shinboy left for Elevate. As Monster takes a shot from Capitan. But also getting shot by the members of Pachow from the other side. Chow do have the best spot in zone right now. As Elevate does get eliminated by and 1. And now, I mean, just a 4v4v4. We'll have to see what is going to happen. Bestia looks to have the most work to do to find a spot in this zone. The only real playable is the farm gear in the middle of the open. And it does not give much cover. Meanwhile, Space Station have a very good ridge to play, and then Pachow still have the compound. Capitan does get the first knock onto Go Bang. And Bestia have 9 kills so far. And it looks like Bestia maybe thinking about pushing towards that. Prepping some smokes. And getting ready to make a full push. Question is where Sharpshot going out in the vehicle does just go into the field. As Go Bang and Monster are both over here now, getting some shots into the side of Bestia. No knocks coming through. Chow do have fakes in and one rotating, trying to flank onto the far side of Bestia. The good thing about this hill is it does have some rolling hills, this open area for Bestia. So they do still have some hard cover to play, but Page gets the knock onto Silzen and gets returned by DraftKing. Doesn't get fully knocked, but Monster able to get the knock onto DraftKing, and that's 2 down for Bestia. And now Pachow, like sharks in the water, taking down Sharpshot. Capitan gets a knock onto and one. He gets a second in Fakeson. Dodges out of the way of the bullets of BL. And now SSG, the only team of 4 up. Great nade by Monster to confirm 2. Capitan, last one left. Able to get 2 knocks. What can he do from here? SSG backing off. Waiting to see what happens in the kill feed. Snastico making his way over to try and get reses onto his teammates. Capitan is jump scouting. Should have spotted out Snastico. So now Snastico has to go for the smokes. That could alert SSG to the fact that the reses haven't come through yet. Fakeson gonna be picked up first. BL has the cover from the rooftop. As it looks like Pachow may be able to get back up and going as a 4-man. They don't really have the compound to work with anymore in this next zone. They are going to have to play the hillside. Space Station is already more set up, but it should be a pretty even fight. The X factor right now is Capitan. What will he be able to do to try and cause some mayhem in this lobby? Go Bang for SSG and Monster are both ready to try and handle any sort of flank that may happen from him. Pachow have BL on the rooftop looking for him. That is all they have to try and cover him. He is still crawling his way into zone, and he hasn't been caught out yet. But Snastico, when it does come to this final fight, does have a Croza for the close range. BL spots out Capitan, does a little bit of damage. Capitan, by the vehicle, has a folding shield. Monster and Go Bang on the edge. All the members of Pachow now trying to get their shots onto Capitan. Trying to smoke out and protect himself. SSG want this win, trying not to overstep and expose themselves to the side of Pachau. As because of the wheat fields, Capitan's feet still haven't been spotted out. Overall, I mean, this zone isn't very good. It is pretty wide out in the open. And this may come down to Snastico versus Cowboy on that southern half of the zone. Snastico has the Groza. Cowboy is trying to get the flank. Who spots out who? When do the shots come out? Biel may end up seeing Cowboy on the edge. As nade coming out towards Capitan. Sprays through the smoke, but he stubbornly survives. Cowboy has been spotted out by this point. And the nade comes out, does a little bit of damage to Snastico. But Biel does get the knock onto Cowboy. And that opens it up for Pachau. SSG are going to have to try and make their way onto this. Good headshot onto Monster. Snastico takes down Go Bang. Page and Monster, last one's left. Flashes go out and over the top for Biel. Nade goes over. Nade is good. Monster gets a knock onto one. But it is a 1v3. Has a blue zone. And pops the Molotov as well. Blue zone does a little bit of damage, but not enough. Now it's back up to a 1v4, and Snastico with the Groza takes him down. Pachau wins game number 5 with 8 kills. I feel like when Cowboy went down in that one, that was kind of the deciding factor. But SSG still able to pick up 11 kills, elevate with 1,700 damage, and Pachau with 9 assists. And that is how we wrap up game number 5. So, we'll be right back for the always hectic and crazy game number 6. And we'll see who's able to take that number 1 spot for today's scrims. But, if you need to grab a drink, snack, bathroom, anything like that, now's a great time to do it. And we'll be right back.
Not looking back now, I don't miss being held down for months then, but it felt like years. These are changing times, so I take my stand. You can try to fight me, I don't give a damn. Please
Into the last match we go. And I feel like the biggest question I have is, are we going to see 6 different teams get a win today? Or is someone going to be able to get 2 wins? That's my question. What do you guys think? Do you think one of the teams that we've already seen take a win here today will be able to? Or are we going to have 6 completely different teams take a chicken dinner? As we get into game number 6. Also, is this just going to be like a crazy hectic game, or are we going to see like some serious like crazy end game for this final match of the day? Because I mean, it's Scrims. We've definitely seen plenty of teams just kind of send it in Scrims, especially if they're lower in the leaderboard. We've seen some of those teams just kind of go like, all right, let's go get some kills. So like Work in Silence, where they're closer to the bottom, Orion, and some of those teams, EM3, along with possibly even Tilt Town. Are we going to see them just kind of like send it onto a team? Just try and take whatever the heck they want. As Kickstart does make it over here before Dispoon, but it looks like he's just going to leave because I don't think he found a gun right away. Right on the entrance. So he's going to let Dispoon have it. And, guys, I know what I was saying with, like, craziness and everything, but technically, this could be an island zone. It's unlikely that it's an island zone, but this could be an island zone. If that's what we get for Game 6, I feel like everyone is just gonna start fighting each other before anything really happens. And that's gonna be that. But it would be super entertaining for a Game 6. As, I don't know how Cowboy did it, but he's all the way over at Campo Militar, and the rest of his team's over at Oasis. Crazy. Oh, I can't wait to see Phase 2. Phase 2 is going to be a very, very interesting shift. And it's going to tell us whether we're going to get the entertainment we want or not. As it is pretty late. I think Toyo only has 3 members. From what I see. Oh. I think I just heard some thunder outside. That's no bueno. Punage, sir. Do you have... No, go back to Punage. Right now. Click on Punage. Oh my... No way this is how Sonics lose Tiggleton. Oh my god. I'm in shock. I don't even know what to say. I'm in utter disbelief of what just happened. I mean, he loses his life for it, but Punage just did that. He ambushed Tigleton with 2 Panzers. What? Huh. Well, Sonics are not gonna be happy about that one. They lose one early, and they lose one to Punage, who pretty much just gave up his life to get that kill. And we see a lot of teams over by Impala. Luke 12 is just trying to drive away from the members of EM3 who are chasing him down in vehicles, and yeah, this is the scrims we're getting today. As Alo hit some insane shots to just annihilate Shat before he even had a chance. And, Purdy would like to just say we appreciate the point. And move about his way. That is 1 point closer to Legacy, and Sonics and Gas Cans ran into each other on the edge of zone again. And down goes Shrimsy. No, down goes H-Win. Kickstart and Shrimsy are still alive. As Biel has an M16. And Tilt Town are gonna run into Magno from EM3, who I believe has already made too much noise and will have been heard. Definitely now he takes down one. Can he take down the second? Hits the headshot, but cannot finish the second one off, and down goes Magno. Tilt Town gonna be back up to a 4-man shortly, as Page goes down to Posa. But Cowboy able to get a return knock onto Haven. And now Cowboy getting some shots onto Kraken. Is able to get the knock. Posa, last one left, spotted out by Cowboy. Nade getting prepped. Nade going over the hillside. Doesn't connect. So he preps the second one, and now go bang from long range. Gets some shots, and is able to finish off Luna Galaxy, who go down into 16th place for our final match today. As now Sonics are fighting Gas Cans at a compound. Kickstart and Shrimsy. We've seen them both do crazy things. Can they work together to take down the 4-man of Gas Cans? Elevate lurking nearby to capitalize once the fight does start. But Falcons actually gets the opening knock onto Hikerman. As a crossbow comes out, So Shinboy and Vegas both taken down. I don't even know what to say. People are pretty much just messing about at this point. As the zone pops, and it is not an island circle. So as much as craziness would have been fine, it's not going to be that crazy. Falcon's doing a great job of holding gas cans at bay so that Sonics are safe, though. So that's a lot of fun. They are down to just a 3-man, as it looks like Roth has already been taken out. We do have a very northern shift, and that means a lot of teams still have to move. And with Sonics and Falcons being two of our teams that could potentially get a second win today, both being down players already, it's not looking great for them. We'll see if Pachow or TSM or Legacy can do a little bit better than their current situations. But, I mean, as much as Sonics is like that, oh my god, Shrimzy almost takes down Penta with some crazy shots. Had a good angle there onto Hikerman. Spots out Beamy crossing back across. As now Glock, as another solo, is going to try and get involved in this. And he does get a knock onto Vox as he tries to go for some good peeks onto gas cans. Cannot get a second as he gets taken down by Penta. But now Sonics may have something to say about this. As Shrimzy gets the nade into the window and gets the knock onto Beamy. Stun's going out. Push coming through. He gets the flush. And Kickstart has a shotgun. Vox does end up going down. And now Hikerman and Penta pushing their way back over. Shotgun only does so much. Shrimzy gets Penta. Hikerman, last one left. Goes for the fake, and then he does finish off the kill as Flood tries to get involved from the side. Shrimzy finish him off. Despoon still being a rat that could ruin Shrimzy's time here, as TSM are fighting Pachow, and it looks like they are able to take this compound. They did take a couple of knocks, but they are going to be able to get the reses and be back up as a 4-man. Work in Silence could possibly get their first placement point in this. Shinji does take a shot from Capitan on the rotate. As Sonics does end up getting eliminated by Despoon. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see Elevate being eliminated soon. Bessia down in 12th. It doesn't look like Falcons are going to take out Elevate just yet. So, Despoon may get to live on for a little bit longer. As TSM with this next zone in a very good spot. So they will be very happy that they took that. Tilt Town letting Toyo rotate by. Now, I mean, really it's up to TSM or Legacy, as the four-man's still alive to try and take home the win so we can get the repeat. Someone taking home 2 wins today, though Falcons as a three-man can still very much make that happen. As Tiltown making their way up towards the back of Toyo. Emmy doesn't spot out Tiltown. That could be to Toyo's demise. If he stops moving, Savage will take that shot, and down he goes. Tiltown do get Emmy. Are able to get the flush as well. Now it's going to be Martin and Pippa that they have to make their way through. Selfish dip, duck, dodge is able to survive as Orion versus Falcons. 2 down for Falcons. Rello, last one left, gets spotted out by Babbler, and down go Falcons. Pippa takes down 2, goes for the shots onto Bliss, goes for the repeat, tries, and isn't successful. Bliss hits the headshot, and down goes Toyo. And we're down to our top 8. Rent Free are pushing towards Tiltown now, who have 2 knocked. That nade goes a little bit too far, not able to get the re-knock onto Savage and Joshy. They do peek over the hillside. Down goes 1, down goes 2. Bliss, last one left. Takes a lot of damage from Honey Badger. Nade goes out and up over the top. But in the end, Oldless gets the finish. And Tiltown going down in 8th. Rent Free still up as a 4-man. Legacy are in a very good spot to try and take this one and secure first place overall for the day. As Sneezy doesn't end up getting either. He was in such a good spot, but laying down may have actually made it more difficult to hit those final couple of shots he needed. He gets taken out as Babbler gets taken out and flushed by RBN, who have lost VHC. But Gizira, who's been so good today, taking down Hazel now. And RBN trying to push from the rocks on the other side. This is going to be the difficult part of the push. Nade looks good. Goes a little bit too far, but RBN still able to hit the shots. And down go Orion. Gizira pick up 2. As Work in Silence do get some placement points in this one. Up into 6th place, but now their vehicle is getting blown up as Rent Free make their way in. Honey Badger gets 1. Oldless gets 1 onto Sparking somewhere else, but Purdy gets the knock onto Oldless. Richie B pushing forward, gets a knock with the nade onto Shinji. And now they're going to take the vehicle and try and move forward before the zone catches their back. Sneak attack. Trying to hit the shots. Does hit 1. Gets Honey Badger down. Takes down Richie B. And Sneak Attack with 4 kills. 9 points for Work in Silence along with the placement points. As they're up into 5th place. Should jump them considerably up the leaderboard. But now TSM looking to pounce. Alo trying to hit the shots onto Solds. Just cannot find those last shots. Luke 12 coming up over the hillside. And down goes Work in silence. Now it's going to be TSM, SSG, Legacy, and Pachau in our top 4. As Pachau on the defensive against SSG. Cowboy trying to go for the flank angle. Pachau no kills in this one so far, but they did make it all the way up into top 4. It's almost impressive that when you can make it into the top without any kills. Especially as like a 4-man, because it means you probably positioned yourself very well throughout the whole entire match. And I mean, that's just impressive. And then there's other times where you're just feeling it and you run through teams one after another, so you're in the top 4 with like 13 kills, and it's just like, wow, that team is just feeling it right now and are not missing their shots. But TSM, especially with the way they're coming into this one, is going to end up running right into Pachau. And so Pachau's going to be sandwiched as Luke 12 takes down Snastico. And Alo gets some good shots on to Go Bang. The flush coming out from Purdy as Luke 12 trying to find the last member. Spots out Biel. Almost gets taken down, but is able to hit that final headshot to take down Pachau. As Sparking goes down to play zone. I don't know what happened there. That is very unfortunate. And that's going to make this a even fight. 3 for each team. 3 teams remaining. Who is going to take it? Will Legacy or TSM get a repeat? If TSM can win it, it's going to bring that fight for first place very, very close. And if SSG win it, then we have 6 different winners today. So the question is, how is it going to end? Cowboy still has that off angle, which could catch Purdy off guard. Gonna see the vehicle go for the seat swap. Goes for the spray. Doesn't get it. Cowboy taking down Purdy. That brings TSM down to a 2-man. Cowboy up to 5 kills. All of a sudden, SSG playing the low ground. TSM rotating back around, and Legacy in between the 2 teams. TSM at 7 kills, SSG at 6. TSM needs the win to try and take that first place out of the hands of Legacy. Can they steal it away? As these teams really need to finish up this fight because there's Thunder outside, and my girlfriend very much does not like Thunder at all. So, like, if we could just speed this up a little bit, would be wonderful. I would appreciate. But, I mean, none of these teams really giving anything away. All three of them want to get the win in this final match, so all of them are trying to play it as best as possible. I know, it's so intense. Oh my god, there's bullets being fired. And nothing. Wait, there's more bullets being fired. LFP1 hits a shot. And then nothing. Oh, that is a big thing of thunder. TSM really getting screwed by this zone. Halo and LFP1 still just dancing back and forth, trying to hit shots on each other. Come on, boys, make something happen. We want to see you fight, not dance around. Oh my god, there's a vehicle moving. Is that going to change anything? It doesn't look like it. Looks like Ayla wants to try and get to that shack. Page and RBN both right up against each other on that edges zone. Ayla takes some shots from Gizira. Who has been the star of Legacy so far today in their very dominant, very consistent match. TSM have almost made it to the shack. As Cowboy knocks Alo. Luke 12 is still alive. Blue zone's going out. This could be the end of Luke 12 here. Good nade onto Luke 12. Just barely, not enough to get the finish. Now go bang, flashing him. He's just laying in the smoke, surviving. He makes it into the shack. He even has an energy drink to go along with it. Now LFP1 gets the shots. On to Cowboy. Nade goes out. Good nade from Luke 12. And LFP1 moves away from the shack a little bit. Those nades, very good deterrent. RBN just waiting for the right time to peek over. Gets the spray onto Page. And then tries to just flash his way out of there. Gizira gets the knock on to go bang. Luke 12 still alive, just dancing around. LFP1 is able to get out of there and push towards him. Gets the knock onto LFP1. And all of a sudden, Luke 12 could do something with this match. Luke 12, Cowboy, and the 2 members of Legacy. Cowboy does get spotted out by Gizira. As a nade comes out, doesn't connect. Molotov goes out onto Cowboy. And a second one comes out, but Luke 12 steals the kill. And now Luke 12 in a 1v2. What can he do against Gizira and RBN? Legacy do have zone control as well. So shortly Luke 12 will get pushed off of that ridge. Perhaps a couple of smokes. As much as it might be easier to try and take a fight close range, Gizira does have that Groza. And now Luke 12 gonna try and separate this out into 1v1s. Goes for the nade. Onto RBN. Doesn't connect with any damage. Popping some more smokes. They are giving him the 1v1s right now. With that smoke wall, they're playing on each side of it. Molotov goes out. Gets stopped right before it makes it over to him. Then he goes for the stun. Both players on the right side of the smoke. And now Luke 12 pushing towards and through the smoke on the left side. And now he's in a pretty good spot with a ridge. To be able to try and get the flank on to Legacy. Spots out Gizira. Doesn't connect with the shots. Both of them, though, when they're both peeking, makes it difficult, and down he goes. Legacy play it together, able to pick up 2 wins and 9 kills for match number 6. It was pretty slow, but I mean, at least we got an ending. So Legacy, 9 kills, TSM, 1,700 damage, and Work in Silence, 5 assists. We are going to go to a quick break before we come back to see the final leaderboard and see how everything shaked out at the end there. So we'll be right back. And here we go. Final leaderboard. Legacy take it in a demanding fashion. 11 points over TSM, who are 11 points over Pachow. And Pachow taking third place, 3 points above SSG. whew, things could have turned around quite a bit there if SSG could have won that final game. Sonics in 5th place, 2 points behind SSG. And then you have Bestia, Falcons, and Elevate rounding out the top 8. I mean, crazy games. Definitely some weird, crazy stuff happening there at the end. Pretty slowed down once we got to the final 3 teams. But that is going to be it for me. So obviously, there's only one real option for what we do with this. As Gizira absolutely dominant in today's scrims, 19 kills, 2,500 damage, and 6 assists. I mean, he's the number 1 in kills and damage, and 4th in assists. Absolutely killing it. But we're gonna send it over to Cammy. Because, I mean, is there really any other option for who we raid right now? Of course we send it over to Cammy. So everyone that isn't already in Cammy's stream and wants to join us in going over there, we're going into Cammy's stream. It's awesome there.